of March 14th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hamilton.
Here.
Mayor Medina.
Here. If you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. I would appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll move on to item 4, public comments for items not on the agenda. It is this opportunity for any members of the public or via Zoom that wish to speak on items that are not on our agenda. We'll have up to 3 minutes. It is council policy in this form for staff to investigate on our action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing and or acting upon any item that is not agendized pursuant to state law. Do we have any speaker cards and or persons from Zoom?
We have no virtual hands raised and no speaker cards.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move on to item 5, announcements and presentations. First one, the annual spring egg hunt and pancake breakfast is scheduled for April 1st, 2023, beginning at 9 a.m. For more information on the event and other recreation programs, you can visit sanbruno.ca.gov activity guide. Next, we will have item B, review general update from the San Mateo County Mosquito Vector Control District. Do we have anybody from the mosquito?
We're on remotely.
Oh, we're on remote. I thought it said in person. Okay. And that's just as good in this type of weather. That's better to be. So with that, good evening and welcome again. Good to see you. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Okay, was the presentation going to be put up on the screen?
Yes, staff is working on that.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Weber, the district manager. I'm going to talk about a couple slides and hand it over to our operations director, Casey Stevenson. Next slide, please. Okay, so as a lot of you know, and the council just stated, we're from San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control. We are an independent special district. And what I wanted to do, I always like to read our mission, and that is to safeguard the health and comfort of the citizens of San Mateo County through a planned program to monitor and reduce mosquitoes and other vectors. And as you can see at the bottom of this image where we have some of our nice equipment and our staff, we've been around since 1916, one of the oldest mosquito control districts in the nation. Next slide. Okay, so where do we get our revenue from? If you look at the pie chart, the majority of that where you see the combination of special tax, benefit assessment, and ad valorem, essentially those are property taxes. Some of these other components are a small portion of property tax, but for the most part, our revenue comes from homeowners. If you look at the map on the right, that shows there were 2 different district boundaries. The lighter orange joined after 2003. Some of San Bruno, a very small portion, was in that small orange piece that joined the district much earlier. But then in 2003, the district took over the remainder of the county, and now we serve the whole county. So with that, I'll be available for questions, but otherwise I'll hand it over to Casey.
All right, good evening. Thanks for having us back. So this is kind of just a little snapshot of what went on in San Bruno in the 2022 we do get a lot of service request calls. We had 54 this year or last year from the city of San Bruno. And kind of the majority of those, our bread and butter is obviously mosquito control work. So if anyone's ever noticing mosquitoes or things that might look like mosquitoes, or they're getting bites and stuff like that, they tend to give us a call and we come out and do an inspection of theirs. So we had about 13 of those in 2022. Then another big hitter for service requests last year was a rodent request. So that's sometimes people might be noticing rodents in their yard, or kind of maybe they're hearing noises in the walls. They tend to give us a call and we come out and we do a comprehensive inspection of their property. Then we provide them a detailed report about what our findings were, and then kind of some solutions and troubleshooting methods we provide them on how they can limit the rodents on their property. So those were kind of the two biggest service requests they had. Another big one we get throughout the county usually occurs more in the southern county, are yellow jackets, which kind of tend to be in the ground or in the grass or near bushes, and people only usually notice them when they're getting stung, unfortunately. But that is a great service. We actually come out and take care of the nests for them, either by removing or doing a pesticide treatment. So please give us a call. All these services are included with the property tax that Brian was talking about on the previous slide. So there's no extra charge for any of these things. Throughout San Mateo County, we have about 8,000 potential breeding sites. In the city of San Bruno, we have about 720 that are inspected, 199 mosquito sources. This year we did 720 site inspections of those. So they get visited about 3 or 4 times per year. And then based on what our findings are, we conduct treatments if there is mosquito larvae present. Okay, next slide, please. This is just another breakdown of the service requests we had in 2022 in San Bruno. So we always said 24% of the calls we received from San Bruno's were rodent related, and then 22% were mosquito related. Next slide, please. These are just some typical sources we see throughout the county, usually stagnant pools, containers that kind of hold water, these seasonal impounds right here to the right. These things fill in with rainwater. Obviously, we've had a lot of rain already in 2023, so our staff will be out inspecting all of these areas late into the summer because this water will remain for a while. We've had 15 inches of rain in the months of January and February, which is very significant if you compare it to the last few years, which have been about 1 inch and 2 inches of rain over those same time periods. Next slide, please. Some mosquito areas of concern in San Bruno, marshes, which are kind of like Mills Field, seasonal impounds, creeks, South San Francisco, sewer plant, and containers in yards. These are the ones that we're inspecting regularly of those 199 sites that we check. These are what they consist of. Next slide, please. All right, so Mills Field, that's kind of this area that's kind of adjacent to 101 near the airport there. This is about 30 acres of potential breeding habitat that our staff inspect regularly. These are large seasonal impounds that are mostly filled in by rainwater. These are adjacent to Lomito Park and San Bruno Park. So if these mosquitoes were to emerge as adults, they would significantly impact these neighborhoods here. So we take great pride in making sure no mosquitoes are coming off of this area by just inspecting. Basically, this area gets inspected every week in the winter and spring times, and then every 2 weeks throughout the summer where the water remains. We also do these large helicopter treatments out there that are scheduled usually July, August, September, and October. And they're flying over these bodies of water and applying a granular pesticide into the water to control mosquito larvae. Next slide, please. This is just a little example of Mills Field. So SFO is what owns the property out here, and they manage the property and do vegetation control. So this is one project they had on their cycle of projects. So this was a Thule area we call, which gives off the Thule mosquito basically, which is a vector for West Nile virus. So this is before the area, and all this, there's water underneath all this vegetation. And then the vegetation is great hiding places for mosquito larvae. And once it's removed, it really limits the amount of mosquitoes that can breed in this area. So it's great that they work and control these areas and have them on a regular basis. And they do talk to us, be like, hey, what are the areas that are significant to you guys with mosquito and vector control? Next slide, please. Another producer of mosquitoes, this isn't necessarily in San Bruno, but San Bruno wastewater does go to the South San Francisco sewer plant. And so a lot of these just for business purposes, sometimes they remain stagnant and there's no circulation in some of these. So during the summer times when it's hotter out there, we're visiting these sites twice a month. In the wintertime, we visit about once a month. And anything that's kind of down and not circulating water is a great potential for breeding mosquitoes. So our staff inspects and applies a pesticide here to keep the mosquito population down. Next slide, please. And, you know, West Nile virus is always on the radar. In San Mateo County, it's not as significant as it is in other parts of the county, but we're always kind of testing mosquitoes. So we always set out traps throughout the county. And we do have, if you look up here in San Bruno, we did set some traps out for 2022. And all the mosquitoes that we collected in those traps, we bring them back to our lab and they test them for West Nile virus. So they were all negative in 2022, which is great. And we're hopefully going to keep that ball rolling and keep them negative in 2023. Next slide, please. And I think that's pretty much it for our presentation here. This is our district information. So, you know, if anyone ever talks to you guys, be like, hey, I'm noticing mosquitoes, or I have a yellow jacket problem or rodent inspection, they can always reach us at our phone number here, 650-344-8592, or they can always look up San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control. And these are our websites right here that they can reach out to. Let us know if you have any questions. We're happy to answer them.
Thank you very much to both of you for the information and the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from colleagues? Seeing none at this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak or ask questions?
There are no virtual hands raised, and we have no speaker cards.
Then I want to thank you both for your time and for being here, especially I know that you're via Zoom, but still, I know the weather hasn't been great. I'm sure you've been busy today. And I think it's been a few months since I stopped by your office on Rollins, and still always impressed with really what goes on behind there that I don't think everybody sees, and it's impressive. So thank you again, and appreciate you continuing to put out the information so that the community knows of the other services that are offered. It's just not mosquitoes. So thank you both, and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
You as well. Next, we'll move on to item C, receive report on the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence Aging Program. This evening, Mr. Ernst. Is your the mic on? Just double check. Is the light or? Hold on, we have our technical team. Do we have a cordless mic? Just so we can take care of that. This is important information we've been waiting for, and so that we have the technical item resolved so everybody at home can watch this. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be back with you, Mr. Ernst, and your presentation. Thank you. Okay,
Okay.
we're back from recess. We're going to reintroduce Mr. Ernst, who is going to give us a report on the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence
Great.
Aging Program. Turn it over to you, sir.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I've been with Center for Age-Friendly Excellence for the last 3 years, and I'm working with a great group of other people who are really into older adults and making communities more livable for folks, and it's been a great experience for me. So I just wanted to, do we have the presentation? There it is. Okay. So we can go to the next slide. I think I have. There we go. Yeah. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what an age-friendly community is, and this is a fancy definition. I'll give you a simpler definition after I read this, but it's an age-friendly city. An age-friendly city is an inclusive and accessible urban, rural community that promotes active aging, supports aging in place, and fosters a sense of community among neighbors of all ages. The simpler definition is it's a holistic look at your community from an age-friendly lens, where you look at all aspects of all different parts of your community, like transportation, housing, volunteer and employment opportunities, outdoor spaces and buildings, and I'm going to go over a few other things on my list in a few slides here. But it's a way of looking at the community in a way that goes, okay, the decisions we make, not just the city, but community organizations, how is that going to support older adults, or how is it going to impact older adults? And through that process, what happens is many communities find that they make some little changes here and there, which ends up making their community more livable than it already is. So that's basically what age-friendly communities are all about. Next slide. So, okay, so yeah, Center for Age-Friendly Excellence. So what we've been doing since 2015, we started in Santa Clara County, and we helped all the cities in Santa Clara County develop age-friendly initiatives. And so what we do is we provide technical assistance, consultation, community organizing guidance to assist communities to become intentional about making their community more age-friendly. And then we help each community develop plans and programs to successfully implement age-friendly projects in their community. Okay. So age-friendly, next slide. Age-friendly got started in 2005 in Europe. And it started, I believe, in Amsterdam and France. And the World Health Organization heard about communities getting together and taking a look at, taking a step back and taking a look at their communities to see how they can make their community more livable than they already are for their older residents. And what the World Health Organization realized was, and they knew this from all their expertise in public health, is that the more livable a community is for the residents, the healthier they tend to be. So that would be like access to places to get food, access for health services, access for support when they need it, access to having a good life, and going to see a play or a concert or get together with friends and have celebrations and things like that. I'm sure you have an annual community festival, right, here in San Bruno, so or various annual events that take place that everybody likes to get together on, right? So they decided that they wanted to do some research and provide funding for these age-friendly initiatives that were taking place. And they found out that they were very popular, and that they did some research, and they found that it did contribute to people's health in the communities where it was going on. So that idea spread to the United States, and the AARP got real interested, and the World Health Organization formed an agreement with the ARP National to be the convening group for the United States for all the age-friendly communities. So here in San Mateo County, Supervisor David Canepa decided that he wanted to do what Santa Clara County had done, several years ago, and he found some funding through Measure K to hire CAFE to work with all the cities in San Mateo that wanted to work with us to develop age-friendly community initiatives. And so far, Pacifica, Redwood City, Daly City, San Mateo, Colma, Burlingame, Half Moon Bay, San Carlos, Belmont, Millbrae, and South San Francisco have all launched age-friendly community initiatives here in the county. And San Mateo County has asked us to continue this work with the remaining cities in the county, including San Bruno, to help them plan and implement age-friendly initiatives. So next slide. So age-friendly community initiatives can involve many different people and organizations in the community, not just city staff. In Pacifica, as an example for community organizations, Pacifica's Environmental Family, which has been a long environmental group in Pacifica, decided they needed to do a annual fundraiser, and I'm on their board, and I'm a lifelong surfer. So I said, well, hey, why don't we create an age-friendly surf contest and have a surf contest for older surfers? So that's what we did in 2000, and we got it started in 2000. It was a wonderful event, and we think it's the only surf contest in the world that's designed specifically for older surfers, age 40 and up, all right? And it's called the Kahuna Kapuna, which means Big Chief Wise Elder in Hawaiian, you know. So it's been going on since 2000, and it's become an annual event. So it's, there was a lot of older surfers in Pacifica, and we decided we'd create an event just for them. Okay, so that's an example. So the various kinds of folks that get involved with age-friendly initiatives are elected officials like yourself, community coalitions, nonprofit organizations, Chamber of Commerce, resident volunteers, the Area Agency on Aging, which is the county here in San Mateo, government agency staff, local businesses, community organizations, and academic institutions. Okay, next slide. And so as you probably know, there's next slide, please. Okay, there it is. A little slow. So as you know, there's the population of our country and our county and all of our communities here in San Mateo is steadily increasing in terms of percentage of people 60 and over. And there's a very common statistic out there that by 2050, at least 22% of the world's humans will be older persons, and most will live in places like San Bruno. And of course, the percentage of older San Bruno residents is expected to steadily increase as well. I was looking at your demographics earlier today, and I noticed that the cohort from 45 to 64 is like 28% or something like that. So that's a large portion of your population, and in the not too distant future will be getting up there in years. And right now, I think it's about 15% of your population is 65 and over. So and that's happening everywhere, and that's why we need programs like age-friendly communities. So next slide. So when the World Health Organization started doing research and finding out what was coming up when there were focus groups that were taking place with older residents of various communities, they noticed that there were 8 areas that kept coming up. People were bringing up their concerns and their wishes for things to be a little bit better in these areas. And those are outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, housing, social participation opportunities, respect and social inclusion, which is basically means when they're out in the community that people treat them with respect, and when they go to a community event, or they come to City Hall, or they go to local businesses, are they treated with respect and they feel included? Okay. Civic participation, which is a fancy word for volunteering and employment opportunities. Communication and information. That comes up all the time with all the cities. And it's amazing how many people in each city that we've worked with aren't aware of some of the great programs that city is providing and the county is providing and is offering for older residents here in the county. And then community support and health services. That's the eighth area. They call these domains. I call them aspects of the community, but these are the things that we talk about with the residents and with each community. Next slide. So what we've developed over several years of working with communities here in the Bay Area is we've developed a process that works pretty good. So in each county, and we did this in Santa Clara County, and we've also done this in San Mateo County, we've formed a countywide core team, which is basically our advisory group for our work that we do with each of the cities. And that's comprised of county staff and local leaders and nonprofit senior services and community advocates who are interested in the well-being of older adults. And so we meet with them once a month, and they give us great advice and good guidance, and they're kind of like our sounding board. We also, for each community we work with, we get together with the leaders in the community and help them put together a task force, an age-friendly community task force. And in Pacifica, we call it a coalition. And that group is the group that kind of like helps us with putting together the age-friendly plans and the initiative. And then we also seek out community input with the help of the task force. And the task force, one of their first jobs in working with us is we ask them to help us recruit focus group participants from the community, people 55 and over who live here in San Bruno, to get together in small groups, either via Zoom or a conference call or in person. And we spend about an hour in each focus group and go over all those 8 domains that I just mentioned and ask them if they feel like there could be some areas in each of these domains that they would like the community to take a look at and see if they can make things better. All right. And then we take a lot of notes and we turn in those notes into reports, and we give that to all the task force members. And so over a period of about a month or so, the task force and those of us who work with each task force, we learn a lot about the community, and we learn about what residents are thinking about, how things could be a little bit better. We also talk about the strengths of the community, and we also seek out their suggestions of potential solutions. And then then at the end of that process, we then talk about all the input, and we look for common themes, and then we discuss possible age-friendly project ideas that the task force votes on and discusses and debates. And we usually end up with about 3 to 5 inaugural age-friendly project ideas. Then after that, we get together and draft an application to the ARP's National Network of Age-Friendly States and Communities. The mayor signs the application with a cover letter, We send it to ARP, and then that city gets accepted into the national network of age-friendly states and communities and becomes certified as an age-friendly community. And that's the process there. So let me give you some examples of some age-friendly projects that other cities here in San Mateo have come up with. So one of the most common projects that come up, can you advance the slide for me, please? Is just the idea of the city as well as the community using an age-friendly lens on all community endeavors. So most cities, each city I know has planning meetings, and talk about what their goals are going to be for the coming year. And so many cities, what they do is they make that a goal for all departments of the city, where each department is asked to just, when you're making decisions, just have a discussion about how it's going to impact older residents in San Bruno, for example. Okay. It costs no money, and it's very interesting to see what comes out of that. In San Mateo, the Public Works Department used an age-friendly lens, and they decided that they were going to prioritize certain parts of the city where sidewalks needed to be repaired. It's just an example of how using an age-friendly lens comes up. Workshops on strategies for seeking affordable housing. We do that in Pacifica as one of our age-friendly projects, and it's a collaboration between a couple of community volunteers who are really into housing and the resource center that we have, a nonprofit in Pacifica that does wonderful things for people. And we do about 3 workshops a year where we just talk to people who feel like they need more affordable housing. We talk to them about strategies on how to apply and how to seek out that kind of housing, because there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. So we kind of demystify the bureaucracy. And just real quickly, transportation programs. There's several cities that have started affordable, reliable taxi ride programs where people get rides $5. It only costs them $5 each way, and it helps them get to medical appointments and other things that they need to get to. Age-friendly business training and recognition. A lot of cities are doing that. Pedestrian safety community education campaigns. A lot of cities, a lot of residents in cities that we talk about how they feel like getting across the street sometimes feels like they're taking their life in their own hands. It's a little scary sometimes at some intersections. Intergenerational programs. South San Francisco is seriously considering, I'll find out next week if they are going to do this, they're going to start a nature lovers group for older adults in South San Francisco. Rest areas at community events. Last year I went to the Pacifica Fog Fest, that's where I live in Pacifica, and I noticed people were sitting on the curb because they were tired, So one of the things that our group is doing is we're making a recommendation to the Fog Fest organizing committee to create 5 or 6 rest areas along the route of the Fog Fest so people can just take a break and sit down instead of sitting on the curb. And then emergency preparedness plans focused on older adult residents. There's a couple of cities that are looking at that as a way to make their city more livable for their older residents, and just trying to figure out a way to make sure that if a disaster does happen, that the older residents of their community are going to be checked on and make sure they're okay. So those are some examples. There's literally, the possibilities are endless in terms of what a community can do. And one of the reasons I love doing this work, I've been working in the field of aging for many, many years, and I think that there's only so much that nonprofits and government agencies can do to support older adults. That you've heard the expression, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it also takes a village to support the older residents of a community, And I'm not just talking about helping people who are having difficulties, but creating a community where people can have a good long life, you know, and have enjoyment no matter what age they are, and just feel like they're part of the community, and they're really glad they live where they live, you know, and having an interesting, good life, you know. So the process for age-friendly initiatives, once you become a member of the national network, then you just basically implement your inaugural age-friendly projects that you as a community have decided you wanted to do. And then ARP has come up with a requirement for all age-friendly communities who are members of their network to put together an action plan 2 years into their initiative, just to kind of take a step back and look at how things are going, and then think about how they can move forward and continue. And then implementing what came out of the action plan for the next 3 to 5 years, and then at the end of year 5, doing a progress evaluation, and then renewing their commitment to an age-friendly initiative further on down the line. So,
Mr. Ernst, hold on. Can we have the next slide, please?
yeah, that's okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just talked about that. So, so the last slide is the benefits that age-friendly communities generate, and that's social capital, which means basically people feel better about living in the community that they're living in. Simple rest areas at a community festival. Healthy communities. More livable community is, the healthier people tend to be. And economic benefits. You know, the more livable a city is, the more attractive it is to people coming to live there, and businesses coming to base their business there. So that's a summary of what AgeFriendly is all about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernst, for the presentation and information. I know it's under consent, but are there any questions at this time from colleagues? Consent, conduct, I apologize. Not at this time. Is there any members of the public that wish to comment at this time?
We have no virtual hands raised and no speaker cards.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Ernst.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item 6, consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented at earlier council action may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. There will be a single public comment period for all items in this section unless a council member requests to pull an item for a separate vote. Are there any council members that wish, colleagues, for a separate vote on a particular item, 6A through 6M? Seeing none. Any colleagues that wish to make a comment or have a question? I know I am going to ask for 6A. Is there anybody else? Councilmember Salazar?
Regarding item, I believe it's K. Is that right?
Yep, K.
Okay.
Okay. Wait till we get to it. Okay. I'll come back. Anything else, colleagues? Okay, let's go into the first approval of the draft minutes for the special meetings, and I won't list all the dates. All I would make a suggestion is that where I saw motions and seconds, it will say, as an example, maybe Salazar Medina. I think it should be clarified it's M Medina or R Medina, just so that's clear in the future. We already get confused as it is on the street, and if we're related, so I just didn't want to continue that. But that was it on that, just as a FYI. Any comments on that from anyone? Seeing none, then let's move to K. Consider adoption of resolution approving various parking restriction changes on Linden Avenue, south of Angus Avenue, west, and determining the project is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for that particular item, because of the location of my residence, which is within 500 feet of the property that will be redlined, or the curbs will be painted red, I will not be voting, so when I do vote on consent, it will not include that item.
Any questions or comments from colleagues on that? If not, let's see if there's any members of the public that wish to speak.
There are no virtual hands raised, and we have no speaker cards.
Thank you. This is again for consent items 6A through 6M with a caveat of item K, which is a recusal from Councilmember Salazar. Any action?
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion M. Medina, seconded Salazar. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? I'm hearing a 5-0, passed unanimously. Thank you. With that, we will move on to public hearing, item 7. And if the Deputy City Clerk wants to take a breath or a drink of water first, please feel free.
Item 7A, public hearing. Hold public hearing and take the following actions to approve the proposed Genesis and Hyundai dealership project located at 1010 Admiral Court and Commodore Drive. Number 1, adopt resolution adopting the mitigated adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program related to the Genesis and Hyundai dealership project. 2, adopt resolution approving a general plan amendment and specific plan amendment related to the development of the Genesis and Hyundai dealership project. 3, adopt resolution approving a planned development permit and architectural review permit related to development of the Genesis and Hyundai dealership project. Number 4, adopt resolution finding that the disposition of properties, assessors parcel numbers 020-013-250 and 020-013-260 located at Admiral Court and Commodore Drive, the crossing, by the City of San Bruno for the purpose of development of the Genesis and Hyundai dealership project is in conformance with the general plan. 5, adopt resolution authorizing the installation of a loading zone on Commodore Drive. And 6, adopt resolution approving a second amendment to Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for the crossing San Bruno. 7, adopt resolution accepting an easement from ASN Tanforan Crossing 2 LLC relating to property known as the crossing and authorizing the execution and recordation of a certificate of acceptance in connection therewith.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Before we begin on that, and I will turn it over to our city manager, but first, just for myself, my residence is located between 500 and 1,000, it was measured, per se, feet of this project site. I have determined that the proposed actions related to this project will not change my property's development potential, income-producing potential, highest and best use, market value, or character by substantially altering traffic levels, intense use, parking, view, privacy, noise levels, or air quality, and I will be participating in the discussion and action of this item. And with that, for the record, I will now turn it over to our city.
Sure. Thank you, thank you, Mayor Rico Medina, to the City Council, members of the public, Javon Grogan, City Manager, and it is my pleasure to introduce Matthew Neubaumer, our Senior Planner, that will present tonight's item. I will not go through the long history of this site because I know that is a part of Matt's presentation. I will just say that the city staff comes to you with a recommendation to approve this project and all of the actions that come before you. I happened to look in my office earlier today, and believe it or not, I kept a sticky note from 2020 where we received a cold call from a gentleman by the name of Chris Pallara asking if there were any locations in the city where he might build a car dealership. From that cold call, and the City Council knows, significant conversations begun that ultimately ended in a purchase and sale agreement for 2 city-owned parcels in the Crossing Development, Lot 7 and 8, that then went to a temporary facility at the former Sears site with plans for a permanent facility at the crossing. We are here tonight for the entitlement action with the project having cleared all of the prerequisite steps, and I will now turn the presentation over to Matthew Newbaumer.
All right, thank you very much for that intro, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Mayor Medina and members of the City Council. My name is Matt Newbaumer, one of the planners here in the Community and Economic Development Department, and I will be presenting the item before the council tonight, which calls for a new Hyundai and Genesis auto dealership located at 1010 Admiral Court, which is located in the Navy Site Specific Plan area. All right, so the agenda for tonight's meeting includes a staff presentation. There'll be an opportunity for the council to ask questions of staff. From there, we will open up the public hearing, and the applicant is present tonight and will say a few words about the project as well. The council will have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. From there, we'll open it up to public comment. We will then close the public hearing and then move on to council deliberation and discussion. All right, so the agenda for the staff presentation tonight includes a number of different subject matters, as you can see on your screen. I'll briefly go over this. We'll start off the presentation by providing an overview of existing conditions. From there, we'll provide a bit of background information on the U.S. Navy site-specific plan, because there's a lot of activity that's happened over the past 20 years. After that, we'll get into the details about the proposed project, highlight the project entitlements that are before the City Council tonight. We'll review the project plans, go into a bit more detail regarding the proposed off-site loading zone. We'll highlight the environmental review that took place for this proposed project. Also highlight some of the previous city reviews that have taken place. From there, we'll jump into the fiscal impacts and then follow that up with an official staff recommendation. All right, so in terms of existing conditions, the subject site is located at 1010 Admiral Court, has a zoning designation of PD, which stands for Planned Development. The site is roughly 1.66 acres in total area and is elevated just above El Camino Real. The site consists of 2 city-owned parcels and a portion of a third parcel that will be utilized for vehicle access through a recorded easement. A portion of the site is being used on an interim basis by Jack's Restaurant as an overflow parking lot. Surrounding land uses include Interstate 380 to the south, El Camino Real to the east. You have existing multifamily residential structures located in the crossing development that are located to the west and northwest of the subject site. And you also have 12,500 square feet of commercial space located directly to the north of the site. Prior to discussing the details of the proposed project, we wanted to go into a bit of background information on the U.S. Navy site-specific plan. In 2001, the City Council approved the U.S. Navy site-specific plan, which allowed for development of a 20-acre mixed-use project referred to as the Crossing. The original crossing site is largely built out and consists of 1,063 multifamily residential units and 12,500 square feet of commercial space. The subject site is the last remaining vacant site within the Crossing mixed-use project area. In 2012, the city acquired the site from Martin Regis, the original developers of the Crossing site, for $1.4 million. Specifically, the city purchased the site to ensure that it would be developed with a revenue-generating use that would provide ongoing economic benefit for years to come. In 2016, the city executed a purchase and sale agreement with a hotel developer for $3.97 million. City Council approved entitlements to construct a 5-story hotel consisting of 152 rooms and 3,000 square feet of meeting and banquet space. The transient occupancy tax generated from the hotel use would have provided long-term tax revenue for the city, which was anticipated to amount to approximately $1 million on an annual basis. Fortunately, the development did not proceed, and was unable to close escrow due to a delay caused by litigation in which the city ultimately prevailed. In 2019, following extensive remarketing efforts, the city received an offer from a hotel developer for $6 million. Unfortunately, the developer pulled out of the negotiations. In 2020, the city was approached, as the city manager indicated, by Cardinale Automotive Group to develop and construct a new Genesis and Hyundai dealership at this site. In 2021, the city complied with the amended Surplus Land Act by offering the site to specified agencies and affordable housing developers. Later that year in 2021, the California Department of Housing and Community Development reviewed the city process and determined that the city met all requirements under the act, that the city engaged in good faith negotiations with affordable housing developers, which did not result in sale to such developers, and that the city was authorized to dispose of the property. Later that year in 2021, the City Council adopted a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement for the sale of the crossing property. The applicant currently operates a temporary dealership at the Shops at Tanforan and is seeking a permanent location for their dealership. In 2022, the Cardinale Automotive Group submitted a development proposal to construct a new multi-story Genesis and Hyundai dealership. Subject site at 1010 Admiral Court is extremely attractive for this type of use due to visibility purposes. It's highly visible from Interstate 380 and El Camino Real. As such, the city has been working very closely with the Cardinale Auto Group over the past few years to ensure the site is developed with a modern and well-designed building that will provide economic benefit for the city. Taking these steps to have the new dealership in operation before the redevelopment of the Shops at Tanforan is beneficial to the dealership, its employees, and the city's fiscal sustainability, which is anticipated to generate approximately $1 million in sales tax revenue on an annual basis. Before getting into the details of and specifics of the proposal, I wanted to point out that the city has worked very closely with the applicant to ensure that the proposed auto dealership is aesthetically pleasing and consists of a very high quality design. One thing that I think is really important to note is that this is not your typical suburban car dealership. And what I mean by that is a typical suburban car dealership will have a showroom. It could have a service component, but one of the common things with the suburban auto dealerships is a lot of surface parking for the inventory of vehicles. In this particular case, we only have 16 surface parking spaces for customers. The remaining parking is located within the confines of the building. Overall, staff finds that the applicant has done a very good job creating an urban-style auto dealership that incorporates a high-quality design that will last for years to come. All right, so now getting into the details of the proposed project. The proposal, again, is for a new automotive dealership that would be 50 feet high, would consist of 3 stories above grade and 2 story below grade. The total building size is approximately 171,000 square feet. Further breakdown of that consists of approximately 4,300 square feet would be occupied space, and approximately 128,000 square feet would be enclosed parking garage. Exterior site improvements include on-site parking, landscaping, and lighting. Vehicle drive aisles will also be constructed in conjunction with the proposed building. A total of 450 parking spaces are provided. As previously noted, 16 surface spaces are proposed and 434 are enclosed within the building and are on the rooftop. An off-site loading zone is proposed on Commodore Drive, which is located approximately 800 feet to the west of the subject site. In terms of the overall hours of operation, the showroom component of the business would be open 7 days per week between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. The office and administration portion of the business, which consists of overall operations management, including finance, accounting, and billings, would operate Monday through Friday between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. The service center would operate Monday through Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Auto parts sales and deliveries would also operate between Monday through Saturday, between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. Auto deliveries will be delivered at an off-site location approximately 800 feet to the west of the subject site on Commodore Drive. Offloading of vehicles will be restricted Monday through Saturday between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. One thing I would like to point out is that this was a concession on the applicant's part. Typically, delivery of vehicles to car dealerships take place in the evening hours or the very early morning hours due to a variety of reasons, Bay Area traffic, things of that nature. However, due to the site's close proximity to residential uses at the crossing, staff recommended and the applicant agreed to limit the permitted hours for car carrier offloading to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. As proposed, the project requires environmental review and a number of different entitlements. Regarding the environmental review, an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the proposed project. That environmental document identified mitigation measures to address potential impacts, which are included in what is referred to as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. I'll provide a little bit more detail on the environmental review later in this presentation. A general plan and specific plan amendment are also required. I would like to point out that when the city previously amended the specific plan and general plan to allow for the hotel project in 2016, that amendment was somewhat restrictive and only allowed for a hotel use. So because what's being proposed tonight is a new automotive dealership, there's a need to amend the general plan and specific plan land use designation. So that designation will be changing from visitor services to crossing commercial. The crossing commercial land use designation would allow for the proposed car dealership, but it would also allow for a hotel use to provide the city more flexibility going forward in the future. An architectural review permit is required for all new buildings. A planned development permit is required to allow for the development of the proposed automotive dealership. As previously noted, the site is located or has a zoning designation of PD, which stands for planned development, and a planned development permit is required for any project that is proposed in a PD district. The city is also currently the owner of 2 vacant parcels of land that are proposed to be developed with a new auto dealership. The city cannot sell the property until a determination by the city is made that the location, purpose, and extent of such disposition conforms with the city's general plan. As noted, the general plan and specific plan will be amended to allow for the auto dealership. Therefore, with adoption of the general plan and specific plan amendments that are before the council tonight, the proposed sale of the property for the intended use will conform with the general plan and the U.S. Navy site specific plan. The project also requires additional city council action items. Specifically, the city council is required to establish the proposed off-site loading zone, which would provide a designated loading area for car haulers receiving and delivering vehicles for the dealership. Additionally, the CC&Rs would have to be amended to allow for the auto dealership, and an access easement will be needed to allow for vehicular access to the southern portion of the building. There's a few other items here that are ministerial in nature. It's a lot merger request and a heritage tree removal permit. These 2 actions don't require action of the city council tonight. Rather, they will be handled at staff level through the building permit review process. The image on your screen shows the location of the 6 trees that are proposed for removal. They're located on the southern edge of the site, adjacent to the Interstate 380 on-ramp. Tree removal from the site is necessary due to proposed grading and site work. The proposed trees for removal exceed the 10-inch diameter trunk width thresholds for heritage tree classification. All right, so this image is a contextual site plan that shows the footprint of the proposed building in relation to some of the existing land uses. As noted, there's multifamily residential that's located to the west and northwest of the site, and then we have the commercial area located just to the north of the site. That's 12,500 square feet of commercial space. So as you can see from this image, the site plan or the building footprint encompasses the majority of the site. As noted, 16 parking spaces are located on the north side of the building, which would provide parking for customers visiting the dealership. There would be no direct access to El Camino Real. Rather, access to the site would be handled at the north end via Admiral Court. Customers accessing the site for vehicle service would enter the site from one of two driveways located on the northern portion of the site and would pull directly into the vehicle service drop-off area in the middle of the building in between the two showroom areas. All right, so the image on your screen is the ground floor plan. The ground floor plan will feature showrooms for both Hyundai and Genesis on the northern portion of the building, with the service center occupying the back half of the building. Vehicles can access the service center along the northern and southern portion of the building. Overall, the floor plan promotes vehicle display and human activity areas as the dominant visual experience when observing the building from Admiral Court and El Camino Real. The orangish color is the Genesis showroom located in the upper left-hand portion of the screen. The Hyundai showroom is represented by the green portion of the screen located in the upper right-hand portion, and the service center is represented by the blue color. So the proposal contains 2 levels below grade. This is basement level number 2, which is the lowest of the 2 basement levels. This image, or actually this area will be used for inventory parking, and additionally there's 2 rows of employee parking on this level. Basement level number 1, which is located directly above basement level number 2, will be utilized for vehicle storage, service parking, customer parking, and vehicle detail washing bays. Storage for automobile parts will also take place on this level. The second floor will include vehicle stacker systems to allow double the vehicle storage, which will occupy the majority of the floor. The northern portion of the floor plan will also be utilized for a vehicle display case, which is represented by the green color on your screen. Additionally, there'll be offices located on this level, which are represented by that orangish, yellowish color on the screen. The roof level will be primarily used for inventory storage and employee parking, which will be screened behind a parapet wall. There will also be solar canopies provided to add additional coverage and screening of vehicles at the roof level. Regarding vehicle parking, a total of 450 parking spaces are provided on site. 16 of those would be on the northern portion of the site. The remaining would be in the interior. One thing I do want to point out here is that the San Bruno Municipal Code requires a total of 74 parking spaces based on the amount of square footage dedicated to the proposed use. 79 total parking spaces have been provided for customers and employees. The remaining 371 parking spaces are for inventory parking and the service component of the building. Landscaping treatments are somewhat limited given the footprint of the building, with the largest grouping of plantings proposed along the eastern portion of the site, which is adjacent to the Interstate 380 on-ramp and adjacent to El Camino Real. This area will consist of a slope grade with various shrubs and tree plantings. Decorative landscaping is proposed along the northern edge of the site. That's the main entrance to the actual site area. And there will also be a series of small planters and trees planted on the west and south elevations as well to create a break between the building and the street. All right, so here are 2 proposed exterior elevations. The upper image is the northern elevation that would be visible from Admiral Court as you access the site. This is the image that will be seen if an individual standing in between Jack's Restaurant and the adjacent multifamily residential use looking in the southerly direction. The primary building facade, as you can see, is enhanced with a window system design and mixture of aluminum composite panel designs to support the pedestrian visual experience. The lower image is the southern elevation, which will be visible from Interstate 380. The crossing design guidelines encourage buildings to incorporate a range of materials and colors compatible with other developments within the plan area, which utilize cement plaster, board and batten, and stone materials. While the proposed architecture represents a departure from the existing surrounding buildings, the design is compatible with respect to massing and overall scale. The buildings would utilize a large storefront glass section along the north and west side elevation for transparency into the display areas, creating a prominent architectural element to the building. The glass is accented by decorative parapets, as encouraged by the specific plan, using aluminum composite panels along the north, east, and west elevation. The proposed building incorporates subterranean parking and above-grade parking that will be screened by a mesh screen system with a natural steel color. The roof parking is also screened by a decorative parapet system with aluminum composite panels and solar canopies. To summarize, staff finds that the proposed building is very well designed with an overall modern appearance. Here are two additional elevations of the proposed building. The upper image is the western elevation, which would be visible as you travel along Commodore Drive. And as you can see on the upper image, the glass facade extends along a portion of that western elevation. Additionally, on the western elevation, you can see the screening along that specific elevation, which will help screen the ramps that provide access to level 2 and to the roof level of the structure. The lower image is the southeast elevation, which would be visible from El Camino Real and the Interstate 380 on-ramp. Here's another rendered view of the building to show its relationship to the existing residential building and the crossing development area. So imagine, again, you're standing in between Jack's and the multifamily residential neighborhood or the residential development. The building on the left is the proposed automotive dealership, and the building on the right is the existing 5-story multifamily housing development located at the crossing site. This is another rendered view of the building to show its relationship to other buildings in the crossing development area. Just to get everyone familiar with this vantage point, Interstate 380 is located directly to the south. El Camino Real is to the east of the site. You can see the existing multifamily residential projects in the background to the west and northwest of the site. Just to provide a little bit more context, the proposed auto dealership would be 3 stories, 50 feet tall. The residential buildings you see in the background are 5 stories, approximately 70 feet tall. As noted earlier in this presentation, an off-site loading zone is proposed along Commodore Drive. The city has worked very closely with the applicant to identify a suitable off-site location for vehicle delivery, as the site is not large enough, nor are the surrounding streets wide enough to accommodate those deliveries on site. The city has identified a site on Commodore Drive, again, which is located approximately 800 feet to the west of the subject site. Car carriers and other delivery vehicles will approach that delivery area or that loading zone from the west by turning onto Commodore Drive from Cherry Avenue. Creation of the loading zone is suitable in this location as there is sufficient excess city right-of-way on both sides of Commodore Drive to allow the proposed street widening and is not immediately adjacent to residential buildings. The loading zone will not be limited to use just by the dealership and will be open for public use, moving vans, delivery vehicles, serving other uses in the vicinity. However, the delivery hours for car carriers is proposed to be limited between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. As previously noted, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project. The mitigated negative declaration identified that all impacts would be mitigated to a less than significant level with the incorporation of mitigation measures. Mitigation measures are required for air quality, biological resources subject matters, cultural resources, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazard and hazardous materials, noise, and tribal cultural resources. One thing that's really important to note, and what I would like to stress, that there's nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to these mitigation measures. These are standard mitigation measures that would apply to any project of this size. The initial study and mitigated negative declaration was released on February 3rd of 2023 for the required 20-day review period. The public review period ended on February 23rd of this year. Staff received 2 comments. One was a letter from, or an email from Caltrans informing the city that a Caltrans issued encroachment permit would be required for any project impacts that would impact the Caltrans right-of-way. And we have added a condition of approval to address that matter. Additionally, staff received a letter from One Shoreline, also known as the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. They provided comments regarding a number of stormwater-related issues, and several of their comments have been incorporated as conditions of approval within attachment 8 of the staff report. To date, there have been a number of previous reviews conducted by the city. On December 15th, 2022, the project was reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee. At that meeting, the Architectural Review Committee forwarded the project onto the Planning Commission with a favorable recommendation. They did have a recommendation, or they did request additional plans and renderings, which were provided. The Traffic Safety and Parking Committee reviewed the proposed off-site loading zone request on January 11th of 2023. And lastly, the Planning Commission reviewed the project at their February 7th, 2023 meeting. At that meeting, the Planning Commission adopted 3 resolutions recommending that the City Council adopt the CEQA Initial Study Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, approve the General Plan Amendment, Specific Plan Amendment, Architectural Review Permit, and Plan Development Permit, and lastly, find that the disposition of properties for purpose of development of the Genesis and Hyundai dealership project is in conformance with the adopted general plan and specific plan. As previously mentioned earlier in this presentation, the city purchased the lot to ensure ongoing economic benefit for the city. The sale of the property would provide one-time revenue to the city's general fund. Once the dealership is operational, it is estimated to generate revenue in the form of sales tax, approximately $1 million on an annual basis, plus property tax on the new assessed value of the dealership building. Overall, staff supports the project. We find that the building is very well designed and will incorporate an overall modern appearance. Additionally, the project will provide ongoing economic benefit to the city for years to come. Tonight's recommended actions by the City Council include the consideration of 7 different resolutions. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt all 7 resolutions as previously read by the City Clerk. The text for each resolution is on your screen. I'm not going to read through everything, but we have it here for reference if needed. This concludes the staff presentation. At this time, we're available to answer any questions that you have on the presentation. From there, we'll open up the public hearing and we'll let the applicant say a few words as well. I appreciate your time this evening and thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. With that, colleagues, are there any questions on the presentation at this time?
To the chair, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Matt. Thank you for the great presentation. My question was, what area of the development is the easement and what is the main use of the easement?
So the easement will be located on the south side of the site and would be used primarily to access the building on the south side. There's a number of entrances to the service area along the southern portion of the building. The only way to access that area is
On
through
the
an
side of
access easement.
the freeway off-ramp? Is that the side, south side?
Correct,
Yes.
correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions on the presentation from colleagues? Seeing none at this time, thank you. Appreciate that again. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And at this, he already didn't have to say that. We're going to have a presentation from the applicant. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, the council. We thank the city staff for all the help that they've given us throughout this process. as I think the city manager said, this started with a phone call back in 2020, and we're about 3 years down the road now, and we can't tell you how excited we are at just what we opened in middle of October with in the old Sears building and Sears Service Center, and we are so far ahead of what we originally thought we were going to do in the first 90, 120 days that we're really excited about what San Bruno's bringing to the table. And to give you a little background to who we are, Cardinelli Automotive Group was started by my father-in-law, Joe Cardinelli, back in 1979 as a used car dealership, a couple of little used car dealerships in Monterey and Salinas. It's grown over the years. Into 89, we acquired our first new car dealership, Oldsmobile GMC in the Seaside Auto Center, and have now grown with the opening of San Bruno with 2 stores, Hyundai and Genesis, and our 22, and 2 in Arizona and 2 in Nevada. With that, we're a family-run organization that Joe started back in 79. That my with his brother, my brother-in-law, myself as our executive team, and several of my family, and my brother-in-law's family members, and we are basically now have grown from a few employees in 79 to over 1,000 employees between California, Arizona, and Nevada, and now we're up to, as Robert tells me today, 42 employees here in San Bruno, and looking to hire as many as we can, because we're trying to hire, as my father-in-law would tell you, put lipstick on that little deal down at Sears, and make it look as good as we can. And we've had great help from the mall and the Tan Fran Alexandria group, and Jay, who brought us this whole deal together and put it together for us in the city. And, if there's any questions that you guys have of us, we're just excited to be here. We see this as the hub for Hyundai and Genesis. When Hyundai and Genesis leadership came to us, we have a few other stores down in Southern California, and said, hey, we see the Bay Area and the San Francisco Bay as the area which, with the chairman and the executive chairman of Hyundai, went to the University of San Francisco and has family here in the hub, the crowning jewel. We're building the first urban prototype flagship for Hyundai and Genesis, which would obviously is a 5-story vertical adaptation without the normal traditional, as Matt said, traditional park a showroom with a lot of acreage around it and a lot of car dealerships. We're going to do it all in one big, long, and tall cylindrical box, kind of underground and above ground. So if there's any questions I can ask, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much for your comments and a little bit of the history. We appreciate that. Questions from colleagues for the applicant? Seeing and hearing none at this time. Wow, it's a shy group. But no, thank you very much. With that, we're going to see if there are any public. We're going to open it to public comments, both here in the audience as well as in Zoom.
We have no virtual hands raised or speaker cards.
Okay, this is last opportunity. Once we close public hearings, the public will not be able to come back and speak. Seeing one final check, not hearing anything. Is there any action from council to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion Hamilton, second Salazar to close public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Approved unanimously to close public hearing. Now we will bring it back to council for deliberation and or I went when you opened and looked at the facility, and so how it was transformed from what it was in the Bay, in the service area of Sears, as well as the old in the mall, I thought was impressive. So it's one of those things walking into it, and I probably had a lower expectation of what I would see and walk into, and what I saw, I was impressed, and you had just opened a short time. For those of who's worked for families, going back in history, that the lot has sat there for quite a while. all things happen, right? It was going to be a Benihana's. Then it was going to be more office space, but then at that time, office space wasn't really going, and so more residential came. So there's a lot of history. I remember going to the Navy base, believe it or not, Marty, when I was in Rotary Interact. I think something that's new, and I will tell you, there have been emails or calls that I've received from folks that said, my gosh, it's about it right, but it's also the commitment that the community had when they gave the vote and our city services, and that changed. But I see a lot of positives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor commented that we're a shy group and didn't have questions. We've been talking about this for a while, and the final presentation that was given to us in the packet was so comprehensive and detailed, and then really punctuated by the presentation that we received tonight. That and I had a few questions that were sent to staff, a few little things that were addressed immediately. So, situation of having where you were able to actually open your business already, it's very easy to picture ourselves in in this space that's going to be constructed. So I think this is an amazing opportunity for San Bruno, and I am absolutely in favor.
Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So I don't have any additional questions either, but I also wanted to add my thanks for picking San Bruno for your new home, and also appreciate the improvements that you made to your temporary home over at make that investment, knowing that it was only for a short time, but I think it looks great. I've walked through there a few times, and you made an amazing use of that space. There were a lot of hurdles to jump through, and definitely appreciate your patience in working with us as we got through those, all the different approvals to get to this point. And I think the project looks great, and really
I think it's wonderful how we've been able to work together. I know staff spent a lot of time on this. The presentation was fantastic, covered it all, to develop a mutually beneficial project that our community needs, that your business needs, and I'm really, really glad that you made that.
Already said welcome, and see you specifically. I saw some of your staff, but at the same time too, what's unique is having to know your neighbors and the stakeholders already, and that's a easy transition, I think, for this. A lot of work by yourselves, a lot of work by staff. So thank you, Matt. You've seen this to its fruition.
can we approve all 7 resolutions in one motion?
I am told
Okay, well, thank you. In that case, I will make a motion to approve the resolution.
it will be Councilmember Salazar motion, Councilmember Alvarez second. Roll call.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Have the council take a 5-minute recess. Recess from the San Bruno City Council meeting of March the 14th, 2023. And we have just concluded public hearing, and now we are on conduct of business, please.
Item 8, conduct of business, provide direction to staff on launching the age-friendly certification process.
City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, Javon Grogan, City Manager. We are here to you for a response to an item that came up as a council member comment and a council request. Staff has done additional research, and earlier today you had a presentation from Cafe with regard to the age-friendly initiative and potentially receiving that certification through AARP. I will turn the presentation over to Community Services Director Ann Matola. We have here tonight an action item for the City Council to direct this initiative. Should you choose that action, this essentially will become a new strategic initiative that we will add to the list and process through. Director Matola.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and council members. So that was quite a robust the process that they would take us through and the value of that. We did want to check in with some of our neighbors to see what the actual impact was to the staff in supporting it and the impact to the cities and whatnot. And so I did speak with directors with 4 agencies, Belmont, Burlingame, San Carlos, and also one of the cities from Santa Clara that went through this, Los Altos. And they all had very similar experiences. Essentially, this is kind of work that ends up being in 3 parts. The first is this task force, where it's like, and then at the end of that process, there's kind of these concurrent things happening where the task force will look for a few different things to start implementing, kind of like early wins. And in order to apply for the certification of being in, World Health Organization's designee in the United States, in order to kind of issue out these certifications. It's a lot of info. So essentially with the task force effort, it's actually something we could very easily take on within the staffing that we have. It's, it ranged from city to city, but it was about 5 hours a month over the about 5 months of doing the task force. Initiatives that they want to implement and take a look at them. Some of them might not even impact community services, but other services and even other services outside of the city. And then the action plan is something that all of the cities reported that they had to seek consulting services, and there was a cost ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 in order to get that put together. Talking to my peers and other agencies about this process, and the value of it really was to be able to say 100, because we know we have a phenomenal senior center, and I would say the best in the county. Very active, we have people coming from all over all the time. But what was interesting in talking to all of that are provided, so the very consistent thread was the communication. There was great value in everybody that I spoke to about the process, and that it really developed more like a better way to kind of communicate and connect and engage with the aging population. So with that, staff is very much in support of this, and should this be something that council directs, it would become one of your new city council initiatives moving forward.
Thank you very much, and yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to also note that after supporting the task force, I do recommend a check-in point with the City Council before the application is submitted to AARP, because the list of initiatives that are developed, I really do believe the City Council should take a comprehensive look at that and ensure that you want to move forward with the process. I do believe that that is normally a part of what has happened in other cities. I just want to articulate it so the council knows that staff is recommending, and you should expect to receive a check-in point after the initial task force process is complete.
Thank you for mentioning that. Questions, and I'll say comments, questions, because obviously we've had everything, right? So this would be the time. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you for that, Director Matola. It's good to always kind of hear what other of our neighbors are doing, and the thing that I found interesting in that presentation is that there are other things that we are doing in our city that perhaps with our looking forward to perhaps our beautification task force and with the TSPC and the BPAC, that how do we get more input from our community, right? And we already we have those commissions, just that what is that bridge between our senior community and those organizations? And the senior advisory board or commission, I always board. So how is that going to work with this potential task force and boards? It seemed like it would align with the advisory committee, that maybe they would be able to take a bigger part of it. And so just was curious to see how you're thinking it's going to play out.
So I did also ask my peers, how this worked, because they all have some sort of similar advisory appointed body of seniors. And also in a conversation with Cafe, they recommend you have a representative or two from that formal body, but there's other touch points. They may not be representing all of San Bruno, so usually what will happen is Cafe will work with staff to identify maybe other areas that aren't integrated into the senior center culture to serve on this task force. And then the task force really is this 5-month period, but I don't believe the intention is for it to become an ongoing committee. It's really to get all of the input to create the implementation plan.
Recreation aquatics construction, because it has a sunset. And I would see this body, if that's accurate, in the same manner, that once its work and task is done, it does that, because the senior board goes ahead and operates and is elected and does its normal routine. So just my thought. Other questions or comments from colleagues? Director, for meeting with me and Mr. Ernst. We had a postponement to it, but I'm glad it's back. I think that with the county funding it is a positive. That may at some point cease. I'm sure it will, maybe in with all the next budgets through the state and the county. And in addition, maybe the certification would allow an opportunity to maybe be available for some funds down the road. Who knows? But with that, I did want to just thank the staff for that. So I appreciate that, and I know I saw Canepa, and he was saying, I'm glad it's coming back up, because I think the objective is to try to get everybody in the county, and they are getting close to that goal. So I'm thankful that there was some support to at least bring it back. And with that, you know what? It does state it, so why don't we do that? Is there any public comments? Thank you, Vice Mayor.
There are no virtual hands raised and no speaker cards.
Thank you. My direction, from speaking for myself, would be to proceed forward. Anybody else? Ms. Medina?
I would second that.
Okay, I didn't make a motion, but I'm fine. We can make it a motion. All right. Motion R. Medina, seconded M. Medina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? It is a 5-0 vote. And again, thank you for your time and effort. Now we have item B, please.
Item B, adopt resolution adopting the water system master plan and finding the plan exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
City Manager, did you, or just Director Lee? Director Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, members of council. While we wait for the PowerPoint presentation to load, I wanted to kind of just talk to you about what we're up here for tonight. We're going to be presenting to you on the water system master plan. The water system master plan, just for those that are not aware, watching online, helps identify strategies for the city to maintain adequate service levels, and subsequently helps guide capital improvements for the city's water system. I will be doing the presentation, but I will also be joined by Polly Boissevane, who is the engineering manager and chief engineer for West Yos. She's been involved with the water planning of the city of San Bruno system since 2011, and she's been the project manager of not just this master planning effort, but from the master planning effort 10 years ago in 2012. Before you today, we're going to talk about the objective of this presentation, provide a little bit of background, and I'll have Polly jump into the meat and potatoes of the Water System Master Plan, and then we'll end with tonight's recommendation and fiscal impacts and any questions that you may have. So the objective tonight is for City Council to adopt the city's 2022 Water System Master Plan. The city retained West Yost in a competitive RFP process in 2020 to update the plan. The plan is an update of the city's 2012 Water System Master Plan, and it essentially provides a roadmap for the city's water system for the next 20 years. And now I'll hand it over to Polly.
Thank you, Matt.
Welcome. Thank you for coming out in this weather. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to be here and present to you the Water System Master Plan. It is a really important document because it, as Matt says, it is the roadmap for improving your water system. It identifies water system improvements to maintain customer service for existing customers and also to meet future growth. As part of the master plan, we identify near-term and long-term improvements that are then incorporated into the city's capital improvement program planning process. These plans are typically updated every 5 to 10 years, and as Matt mentioned, the last one was done in 2012, so we're right on schedule here with the update. This is just to give you a little preview of the improvements that have been made in the system since the 2012 master plan. You can see that there's been quite a bit of work done in a variety of areas: pump station, tank improvements, PRV improvements, and pipeline improvements. There was a project back in 2014 to look at putting together a comprehensive plan of pipeline replacements for both your water and sewer. That initially started off with sewer replacements under the consent decree, and then the pipeline improvements ramped up later on. You can see in 2018, the San Mateo Avenue water main replacement project, and then in 2021, the Avenues 1.1 and 1.2 master plan, or water main and sewer main replacements, and then subsequently the Avenues 1.3. So those projects are underway. So it's a very comprehensive set of improvements that have been completed just since 2012. The Water Master Plan is a comprehensive update. We start out by documenting existing conditions and then looking at growth projections over the next 20 years. We identify criteria, standards, and best management practices, and those are the criteria against which we judge the water system to identify deficiencies and then identify improvements. We do this by conducting a hydraulic modeling analysis of the system and looking at system capacity evaluations to identify both deficiencies and improvements. And then once we have a list of improvements, we go through a process where we prioritize those improvements to develop a plan and identify funding. And the items along the bottom show you the chapters in which each of those activities are documented. We start out with developing future demand projections. We met with City Planning Division early in the process to identify the different areas where they knew that growth would be occurring. And then you can see on the right the projection that we developed from that information that we gathered from planning, starting out with the existing water demand shown in the bottom of that graphic, about 3 MGD existing demand. City Planning had another 1 MGD of identified developments that were already in the plans. And then we also included a buffer of about 6.6 MGD, knowing that there would be new developments coming along in the next 20 years that are currently not identified. So the total future projection is 4.6 MGD. We use a hydraulic model to analyze the system. One of the important things is to update the model to make sure that it accurately represents current system conditions. We included all infrastructure that had been constructed and installed as of June 2020. We also updated elevation information based on the latest information from the county, and that was especially important in the hillside areas where it's harder to get accurate elevation information. And then we also allocated water demands using the city's latest available water meter account information. The map on the right shows the city pressure zones in the various colors. The hexagons represent the places that we did hydrant testing. We tried to get a variety of tests throughout the system. We used flow tests to gather information on pipeline friction losses, and then we used the model to simulate those same conditions and update the model so that it accurately reflects current conditions. Getting into the analysis, there are two different kinds of analysis that we looked at as part of the master plan. One is the capacity and performance evaluation. We start out by looking at facilities capacities, wells, storage, pumping, pressure regulating stations to determine if they have adequate capacity both for current operations and for future growth. We also look at system performance. Are the pipelines adequately sized? Not unlike most systems, what we typically find is that we need to upsize existing pipelines to meet current fire flow requirements. You have many areas in the city that were built under much less rigorous standards. The pipelines are older, and so it's often that we find that pipelines need to be sized for current fire flows. The findings of the master plan of this analysis was that almost all of the improvements that we identified are needed for the existing system. In other words, the improvements that we identified for the existing system also have the ability to accommodate the future growth. There was only a portion of the new Zone 1-4 storage tank, and that's the Cunningham tank that's currently under design, that's needed both for existing customers and for future growth. So this provides an example of the recommended pipeline improvements that came out of the project. And again, these were primarily to meet current fire flow regulations. It's a little hard to see the colors on here, but basically these are proposed upsizes of pipelines. And while you can see that there are a number of improvements throughout the system, the majority are focused in the downtown area where you have the older parts of town, smaller diameter mains that are in poorer condition. The second part of the analysis that we prepared was working on the pipeline rehabilitation and replacement program. As I mentioned on one of the earlier slides, in 2014, the city put together a comprehensive work plan to start replacing both sewer and water mains. And as part of this master plan, we updated that plan and looked at the priorities that were developed in that 2014 plan, feeding in new information that we had on the water system. So what we did was we performed a risk assessment to prioritize the replacements. We looked at things like age of water mains, whether they could meet fire flow. We also looked at leak history, where you had more main breaks and leaks. And then we also looked at the consequence of failure of a pipeline. Would it be a minor nuisance, or would it be a major problem should a pipeline fail? And then we put that information together to prioritize all the pipelines in the system and come up with a systematic plan of replacement. So you can see the map on the right is the map that was developed as part of the 2014 work, with the previous numbers showing the original prioritizations that came out of that original plan and the updated priorities that came out of the Water Master Plan. You can see a purple area on the top, revised 4, and then a green area kind of in the middle on the left, revised 5. Those are actually new areas that weren't identified in the 2014 plan that have been included in the plan based on the new information that we had. Taking these two evaluations now, we have a collection of projects that we pulled together in a capital improvement program. And here you can see a pie chart indicating the different types of projects. Not surprisingly, pipelines are the largest part of the pie, followed by well storage and pumping replacements and pressure regulating stations. So this is the total body of improvements that you would need through the time frame, the 20-year time frame that we looked at. The next thing we do is that we prioritize those to develop a capital improvement program that's both foundational for the rate study and then gives you a path going forward of a schedule for implementing projects. So again, you can see the improvement types on the left-hand side, and we've broken it down into a 5-year and a 10-year and a long-term look for dividing up the costs. The 5-year that you see there is the information that is then fed into the rate study, which I understand you had a recent study session on. One note that I want to point out is that the cost that's shown, the total cost on that 5-year, is a little bit less than what was presented to you in the rate study, and that's because the rate study, these numbers that are shown here are all current dollars numbers. The rate study also takes into account escalation through the 5-year time frame, so the number is just a little bit higher than the number you see here. I'd like to give special thanks to the number of staff who were instrumental in helping us to put this plan together and make it a successful project. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to Matt.
Thanks, Polly. So just to kind of round out the presentation, there's no direct fiscal impact tonight for your decision on adopting the plan. The individual master plan itself will have recommendations that will inform the CIP, and that's when we'll factor in the costs. And the recommendations were also incorporated into the 5-year water rate study. The next steps after council adoption is to utilize the master plan as part of our decision-making process for the water system. And so tonight's recommendation is that council adopt the resolution for the water system master plan. Paula and I are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you both for the information and presentation. At this time, are there any questions from council on the presentation? Seeing none, let's see if there's any members of the public that wish to speak or comment on this item.
There are no virtual hands raised, and we have no speaker cards.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for any deliberation and or discussion or possible action. Councilmember Medina.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work behind that. It almost is almost jaw-dropping when you look at the cost, right? And I know that each council, as they struggle with deciding how much to increase water rates, when we're looking at this $318 million that's needed, and I don't recall how much, was it around $9 to $12 million, maybe $9 million that is generated with per year, whatever the number that is. We are going to take a long time to replace everything, to do all this work, and why it's so important that we make sure that we have the money to be able to do it. So I wanted to start with that because this is a lot of work and many, many years. And I saw that on that one slide, you had the first 5 years kind of spelled out spending the 79, but then you got to spend another 230 over the next 20 plus years, who knows, right? And so just kind of letting that sink in for a little bit of how busy we're going to be replacing water mains. So just wanted to throw that out there. I'm in favor of moving forward with this, obviously. We need to do the study. We will have many discussions later on how we will proceed with the recommendations and making sure that we're able to have the fire flows, have the amount of water necessary for this future development. So I was just thinking of that we do have you here, that of the one thing that we didn't do in our water master plan, is there something that as we did this one that stands out? Is it the tanks that need to be done? What is it that we need?
Master plan, it kind of recommends kind of 2 areas of focus, right? One is obviously the fire flow, because you know, it's inadequate based on on current standards. So the goal is to replace that, but we're also finding that we need to replace the pipelines, as Paulie indicated. So condition and rehabilitation is really important. but we're able to get a 2-for-1, right? And
Right.
so that's part of the prioritization process, how we look at it. As we replace lines, we upsize where we can, and we factor that into the replacement CIP program. So our goal is to try to be as efficient as possible, and that's really the two main things that driving it. Now they break down into other little detailed factors of others. Want to make sure we have storage capacity for future growth, and so the tanks are the next big thing. As you can see, Paulie mentioned a little earlier, we spent 2014, if we recall, back that far prior to the pandemic, we were in consent decree. So the focus was a lot more focused on wastewater. We mentioned that the last water rate study, we completed 80% of our wastewater projects. I think we have a single project left for the pump station, and that's not counting the main lines, obviously. But we've made a significant amount of improvement, and you see it in our wastewater system. There's no longer as many SSOs as there used to be. And so now that we've finished that, we're now focusing on water and the storage and the capacity. And obviously the mainline projects are really important. Those are ones that we have to constantly invest in. And that's what our previous consultant, Alex Handlers with Bartle Wells, was talking about, making that consistent investment.
Much.
Any other discussion or deliberation from colleagues or action? Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. Just one question. So definitely an amazing piece of work here. It's amazing that it's been 10 years. I can't believe I was around when we started the last one. And we were just talking about, we acquired the hotel property same year that we did the last study. So this is a night for anniversaries, I guess. But same. Now, just looking at this very superficially, does this say that we really haven't made a lot of progress over the last decade? And you did mention, you just mentioned that, the focus had been on wastewater and not, not water supply. So, in looking back at, what happened over the last 10 years, is this sort of an indicator that perhaps we're not moving as fast as we had hoped, or is this typical over a 10-year cycle that that not much progress is made? I mean, I know that we were always talking in terms of 20 years and 30-year cycles. Or is this mediocre, or how do we rate ourselves based on this?
Yeah, I would first start off to say time always flies when you're having fun. So from 10 years ago, if it feels like a short period of time for you, you probably were having a lot of fun. But to answer your question in regards to how is this progress, I would say that we always would want to do more than we can, right? And like Councilmember Medina said, the work can be overwhelming because it's a significant amount. And so with the pace of the work that was done, I believe it was the second slide of Paulie's presentation that talked about the projects that have been improved over the past 10 years. We did spend the last year or so trying to increase our capacity to be able to do more. I would love to do more if we can. That's our goal. Like, the infrastructure doesn't wait for you, right, as it deteriorates. And so that's our intent and our goal. I think we have a good strategy moving forward and trying to be as efficient as we can in replacing the main lines together. In terms of the prioritization, I think that just points more to the fact of, our analysis previously in some of those locations. So if you look closely, there may be one or two. And I think that's a good indicator that it's a good plan, right? Like, you don't want to have a plan that changes drastically from one year to the next. And so, hopefully that answers the question.
It does. Thank you. Yeah, I respect the fact that the department has been working with limited resources for a long time, and so I think that is sort of reflected in that, and it really for us should be an eye opener that we do need to make investments, and so no, thank you.
Accept item 8B as read by the clerk.
Second.
Motion Hamilton, second Salazar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hamilton?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Yes. 5-0, unanimous on that item. Thank you very much, both. Drive home safe.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to item C, please.
Item C, provide direction to staff to revise the City of San Bruno's advisory commissions, boards, and committees names.
City Manager.
Good afternoon. Before you yet again, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Our City Clerk, Lupita Huerta, is not with us tonight. She is currently at a conference for city clerks. And so the presentation that I will provide you is very brief, but it is about changing the names of 3 of your advisory bodies. So currently, the City of San Bruno has 12 advisory bodies to the City Council. We commonly refer to these as CBCs, or commissions, boards, and committees. Members of these boards are appointed by the City Council to serve various terms as defined by the bylaws or the rules that govern each advisory body. The word citizen is contained in the title of 3 of your advisory committees. Historically, we all know that citizen refers to someone that is a U.S. citizen. However, it is not a requirement to be a U.S. citizen to serve on any of the bodies. The 3 bodies that have the title citizen in the title is Citizen Crime Prevention Committee, Citizen Revenue Measure Oversight Committee, and Senior Citizens Advisory Board. I won't go through the full definition, but we did want to consult Merriam-Webster for a definition, and the first definition is a native or naturalized person who owes allegiance to a government that is entitled to protection from it, or a member of a state. 2 is an inhabitant of a city or town, especially. 3 is a civilian, as distinguished from a specialized servant of the state. With that said, as I mentioned before, your CBC bylaws do not require that your volunteer members that serve on the body be a naturalized citizen. Rather, there are various ways that one may qualify for membership. Resident, there are spots reserved for business leaders, as well as one committee reserves a spot for a high school student that is enrolled in a high school in the City of San Bruno, and that high school student may or may not be a resident. And thus, staff is really coming before the City Council saying that the word citizen appears to be a little bit of a misnomer and may confuse and or deter an individual for applying to one of your commission, board, or committees. And so we are recommending that the City Council remove the word citizen from all of the current and future CBC titles. And the recommendations are as shown on the slide. For the first one, simply replace the word citizens with residents, so Residents Crime Prevention Committee. The next committee, simply replace the word citizens with community, and so you would have Community Revenue Measure Oversight Committee. And for the third, simply delete the word citizens and just call it the Senior Advisory Board. Should the City Council approve this change, staff will initiate the change officially through the municipal code and all respective bylaws. That concludes the presentation for tonight.
Any questions of the City Manager on the presentation? Councilmember Salazar.
Is there any evidence that people have been confused by the names, or that we potentially missed out on applicants because of the naming convention?
No, we have not had anyone come to the city and say, I didn't apply because that said citizen. This is really being brought to the City Council proactively. Staff had some internal discussions about, does this really convey does the term citizen convey that you must be a citizen in the title? And staff felt like it did, and some simple changes may help avoid any potential confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the presentation? If not, let's see if there's any members of the public.
There are no virtual hands raised, and we have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Again, this is to provide direction, so is there any direction by the body? Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you. Whenever I would hear the citizens thing, I would pause. It's kind of like, well, you don't have to be a citizen in order to be on a board. You don't have to be a legal citizen to be living in San Bruno. So I think this is appropriate. My suggestion would be, instead of residents, I would just call it the Crime Prevention Committee. I would just call it the Revenue Measure Oversight Committee, and the Senior Advisory Board is fine. Those would be my suggestions.
Any other comments from colleagues?
I agree with
Councilmember Salazar?
I agree with the council member on those changes.
And
Shorter the better.
And I would say I concur as well.
I concur.
Councilmember Alvarez, or? I'm good with that. Okay. So unless you want us to do a motion, I heard from 5 separate council members that said yes. Is that okay, or would you prefer the motion just to?
Staff has no preference. I know your policies and procedures say that you will do a motion, but staff has no preference.
Okay, so I'm hearing a 5-0 in concurrence and given direction to staff on the modifications as stated by Councilmember Medina as well as staff. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 9, council committee report outs. Are there any tonight, colleagues? Councilmember Medina.
Nope. Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
I actually thought you were going to give us one because you do it every month, but next week on Wednesday is the monthly food distribution at Bel Air, and so if you are a resident who needs food assistance, please come. You can sign up on the spot, and also if you're we can always use more volunteers. It's a lot of work to in helping out. It'll be next Wednesday at Bel Air. We get started about 1:45, rain or shine, and thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And also there is the food distribution every week at Sky Week. I have 2 comments, 2 subject comments. So one of them is baseball, and I love baseball. I manage a baseball team now here in San Bruno. And even though our baseball, the Bronco baseball, doesn't play on Diamond 3, I have been asked by a number of our residents, specifically parents and baseball players, about the future of baseball at Diamond 3. So just haven't heard anything yet. There's probably a plan coming on about sitting at services. There are many customers on social media asking questions. I did submit these questions to the city manager yesterday, so I wasn't expecting an answer yesterday or today, but just sharing the concerns that our residents have about CityNet's outages and the commenting on the quality of customer service. So at some point, I'm asking if staff could briefly discuss the recent outages. It's my understanding that the majority of them are not related to hear what are causing the outages, how can our customers be notified of these outages in a timely manner, perhaps can an automated text be sent to customers advising them of the outages. One that comes up generally on social media is San Bruno actively prohibiting internet service providers from operating in San Bruno? Like, why isn't other service providers here? And so I don't really remember that answer, but that's the question that I see generally when service interruptions are, when people start complaining, well, why can't we have this or why can't we have that? So, Mr. Mayor, those are my comments.
The CERT class program has begun again. It obviously had to stop due to COVID. But what was new this time is that they were sworn in under the new program that allows, if needed at times within their limitations of training, to be able to have assistance. And that's a protective measure. So I wanted to be there to see that history for San Bruno. And as we know, that CERT program began, I believe, around 2011, soon after the PG&E pipeline explosion, because of the need that people wanted to do what they could in these in times of need. So it's good to see all the folks that were there and excited. With that, we will end the council comments, and we will go into closed session. And it's going to be for three items. Public employment, this is in regards to interim city manager, public employee appointment regarding city manager, and then also item C, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, are Rico Medina and Michael Salazar, unrepresented employees are interim city manager and city manager. From that, we will be back out. And then we will adjourn, but now the city council will go into closed session.
No, hold on.
Turning it on right now. Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the San Bruno City Council meeting. And we have concluded our closed session. The City Council now is going to adjourn this regular scheduled meeting to the next regular meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 at 7 p.m. here at the Senior Center. Thank you all and have a good rest of your evening and rest of the week. Meeting adjourned.